In plain view, over and over. Speed up to is far from over. In plain view, over and over. Join me to get me back over.
しい未来を描くイメージはひまわり心を開いて My dream 前を向いて青空を見ている私ひまわりのように咲き出し夏になりピカピカの太陽元気いっぱい笑顔のまま
In plain view, over and over. Speed up to is far from over. In plain view, over and over. Join me to game is not over.
Sony had a curious 2023. The PlayStation 5 had blockbuster console exclusives, such as the superb Spider-Man 2 and the flashy Final Fantasy 16. It also saw the release of the PlayStation VR2, an impressive piece of virtual reality tech, but one barely supported by a games library. Long-term PlayStation man and current CEO Jim Ryan also stepped down, with his full-time replacement yet to be named. So, what will 2024 have in store? There are plenty of exciting games to look forward to, as well as a good deal of mystery. Let's take a look at what we know is coming next year, as well as theorise as best as we can about what surprises might be in store.
The only catch.
What are you doing in here?
You would kill her.
Nothing like 24 hours of emotional turmoil to wash those winter blues away. January may well signal the start of a new year, but Sony is doing its best to make us question exactly what year it is with yet another The Last of Us re-release. The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered is the PS5 version of the critically acclaimed sequel that comes with graphical improvements, previously cut lost levels, and a whole new roguelite mode titled No Return. It's not necessarily a huge splash to kick the year off with, but there's set to be enough new stuff in there for The Last of Us fans to enjoy when it arrives on January 19th.
The world's ending. At least, that's what everyone's saying.
From remaster to remake / reimagining, now with Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. The second installment of Square Enix's Return to Cloud's adventure is scheduled to land on February 29th. Taking us outside the walls of Midgar, Rebirth promises another helping of stellar RPG action that's set to honour the original's beloved cast of characters and unique locations, yet tease us with the different turns it may take on that journey. Just before that though, is console exclusive Helldivers 2, which is coming on February 8th. A third-person squad-based shooter, cooperation will be key as you look to blast away monstrous alien threats from every corner of the galaxy. Pacific Drive is set to skid onto our screens on February 22nd. An atmospheric survival game with a twist, it's a first-person driving game that takes you around an eerie Pacific Northwest as you aim to dodge the metal monsters that lurk in its woods and escape for good. Rise of the Ronin swiftly follows a bumper February when it launches on March 22nd. Team Ninja brings its Ninja Gaiden and Neo action heritage to this stylish sword-slashing RPG that takes place during one of the darkest parts of Japanese history.
A fleeting moment can feel like a lifetime for those caught in its deadly rhythm.
And believe it or not, that's actually all of the PlayStation console exclusives we have release dates locked in for. But that's not to say there aren't others coming in 2024. Among them is the eagerly anticipated Silent Hill 2 remake. Being developed by Bloober Team, hopefully it won't be too long until we see Pyramid Head and the gang again soon. Then there's Stellar Blade, which was meant to have released in 2023. Seemingly taking cues from the likes of Nier Automata and Bayonetta, this Korean open-world action RPG is set to offer ferociously fast combat in a sci-fi setting. Concord is a PS5 console exclusive from Sony's newly acquired Firewalk Studios. Very little is known about this multiplayer shooter apart from a colourful teaser shown off in the summer, but with Bungie pedigree at the studio, it's one to definitely keep on your radar. Ubisoft's Foamstars is exclusive to both PS4 and PS5 and looks set to give Sony their very own rival to Splatoon. The team-based bubble shooter looks set to be a good time, with enough interesting tweaks to make it stand out from its squid-like cousin. And if the colourful chaos of Foamstars looks like too much fun to you, then why not check out the excruciating looking Baby Steps? I mean that in the best way possible. From the creative minds behind indie darlings Ape Out and Getting Over It, the physics-based gameplay looks hilariously frustrating as we help one man in a romper suit across a terrain desperate to trip him up at every step. Of course, there will also be a steady stream of non-exclusive games scheduled to head the PS5's way in 2024 as well. These include Dragon's Dogma 2, Star Wars Outlaws, Black Myth Wukong, Tekken 8, Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2, and Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2, to name but a few. We certainly won't be running out of things to play next year. After Insomniac brightened our October with the wonderful Spider-Man 2, many of us were hoping that 2024 would give us our first proper look at the studio's upcoming Wolverine game. Sadly, Logan's PS5 adventure has already been partially spoiled by an extensive hacking scheme, which also revealed Insomniac's major Marvel plans for the next decade. It suggests that Wolverine may be further away than we originally thought. But if plans haven't been totally destroyed by the theft of so much data, there's a chance we may see the developer's next game in its Spider-Verse reportedly potentially featuring Venom as the protagonist sometime next year. But what about the games we aren't so sure about? Ones that haven't leaked, or ones that don't have a release date currently penciled in? How about the ones yet to even be revealed by the studios making them? Let's have some fun, take a look into the crystal ball, and speculate like wild.
It's time for you to hit the road and start a new journey.
We know Death Stranding 2, or just DS2 as it is currently named, is on the way. Will it come out in 2024? Who knows? What we do know is that Hideo Kojima's attention will be split between the post-apocalyptic sequel and his freshly revealed OD. But seeing as DS2 got a much more developed trailer a year prior to the Xbox exclusive, we can infer that it could be out ahead of it. However long until DS2, it certainly won't be as long a wait as fans of the 1994 shooter Marathon have endured. Bungie's first team up with Sony since their $3.7 billion acquisition is to revive Marathon's long-dormant sci-fi gunplay in the form of the currently fashionable PvP extraction shooter. Apart from knowing it's set in the year 2850 and a glimpse at the beautifully designed trailer hinting at strong art direction, we really don't know much else. It would be a huge surprise to see it in 2024, but we can dream.
You want to know about us? Seems like everyone does these days.
Haven Studios, recently founded by Jade Raymond, announced their first game, Fair Games, in the summer of 2023. A cooperative heist shooter, it's a PS5 console exclusive that would be surprised to see released next year. Then there's the Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic remake, which has suffered a tumultuous couple of years by all accounts. We'd be shocked beyond belief if this emerged next year, if indeed at all if rumours are to be believed, but we can always close our eyes, use the Force, and will it onto our screens. Who knows, it might work. But what are all the Sony first-party studios up to, I hear you ask? Well, there's a long list of mystery projects to dig through in that regard. We don't necessarily expect any of these developers to release new games in 2024, but we can expect some reveals dotted throughout the year. Let's take a quick look. We know that Naughty Dog has now cancelled their multiplayer The Last of Us game, meaning something else must be in the pipeline. Will we see a new single-player entry into either The Last of Us or Uncharted series, or maybe something completely new? Sony Santa Monica treated fans to the free God of War Ragnarok Valhalla DLC at the very end of 2023, but what else does it have cooking up? It's been over 3 years since Ghost of Tsushima took us to feudal Japan. Will Sucker Punch return for a sequel, or perhaps treat us to something new again? What have Returnal developer Housemarque got up their arcade shooter sleeves next? What next for Days Gone developer Sony Bend? Will Bluepoint Games reveal another fantastic remake or surprise us with an original project? What wonderfully creative place will the recently reorganised Media Molecule take us to? Will Astrobot finally be released from his shiny white-walled PS5 prison and be allowed to play with the rest of us? Give that little guy another platformer, please. On one hand, it's frustrating to not know exactly what we'll be playing for most of 2024, but on the other hand, it's exciting, and I for one can't wait to find out what adventures these PlayStation studios and more have waiting for us next. With the launch of the PSVR2, a new slimmed-down PS5 model, the PlayStation Portal, the DualSense Edge controller, and the PlayStation Access controller, it was certainly a busy tech-filled 12 months for Sony. That means we wouldn't be surprised if 2024 was a quieter year when it comes to new hardware, but that won't stop us from speculating. The PlayStation 4 Slim and Pro were released 3 years after the launch of the original PS4. We've just hit that point in the PS5's lifetime, and have received the equivalent of the former of those redesigned consoles. That means it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility to see a PS5 Pro pop up sometime next year. Although we might not have seen the current model pushed to its limits just yet, we all know we watched that GTA 6 trailer and thought to ourselves, Rockstar's gonna make my PS5 sound like a jet engine, isn't it? With Rockstar's latest slated for a 2025 release, perhaps a souped up PlayStation 5 hitting store shelves towards the end of 2024 would make for logical timing. Apart from that, it's all pure guesswork. What new tech innovation or fresh piece of hardware would you like to see from Sony? I think a controller with a battery charge that lasts more than an hour or two would be fantastic. Let us know in the comments what you think, as well as what games you're most excited about playing on PlayStation in 2024.
It is said that time marches to the beat of a drum. A fleeting moment can feel like a lifetime for those caught in its deadly rhythm. And a lifetime can pass in the blink of an eye for anyone embracing its bitter end. The only thing we know for sure is that time marches forward.
Even if we are apart, still we are one.
Without hesitation, without remorse. If the drum drives the rhythm, then the river directs the flow.
Let's do this together.
How many mountains must you move to alter the river below?
Let us not forget the pain of Master Shoin and the countless others who have suffered. As the smoke rises, so shall we.
Of elders will sacrifice their partner for duty. So which of you will do the deed?
그날은 갑자기 찾아왔지. 그놈들은 무자비했고 인간들은 무력했어. 인류는 형편없이 무너져갔네.
자이오니아, 버려진 자들의 도시지. 전성기에는 10만 명 이상이 살았던 곳이야.
황무지 아래 건설한 도시라니. 여긴 무덤인 건가요?
아니, 이곳의 주민들은 에너지 고갈로 잠들어 있는 거야. 이대로 간다면 영원한 어둠뿐이지. 이봐, 우리를 도와줘.
조심해! 리스팅되지 않는 네이트고야. 아담, 뒤로 물러나! 절대적이야. 이 레거시는 믿을 수 없어요. 그렇죠? 그렇다고 말해줘요.
여기 있는 누구나 그 손길이 닿은 적은 없어. 모두 버려진 거야.
그건 신상 모독이에요.
릴리, 부탁해. 난 이러기 위해 태어난 거야.
이렇게 된 이상 나도 몰라요.
고용이의 천사여, 이번에는 우리를 구원할 수 있겠는가?
플레이스테이션.
Let that yawn out. There's no pretending. I will hold you and protect you. warm you till the morning. I'll stay with you by your side. Close your tired eyes and I'll wait. And soon I'll see your smile in a dream. Baby, don't worry, it's okay. I'll always be with you. And I won't be before you go. And I still hear your heartbeat. Baby, don't worry. It's okay.
No one should have to suffer such loss. You know, I meant it when I said I understand how you feel. But if you hold on to the sadness, it will weigh you down like an anchor.
Come meet my crew, Sam. It's time for you to hit the road and start a new journey.
It wasn't the UCA that made the final decision. It was APAC, a private corporation.
So let love warm you till the morning.
Well?
PlayStation Ready for the Foamstar party?
PlayStation
Ugh. Gross. Yeah. Okay. No problem. Alright. Okay. Well. Yeah, that might be a problem. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, that sucks. Ugh. All right. Oh, yeah. Post. All right. Yeah. Okay. Tree. And up. Oh, God damn it.
Nate, are you okay? You look sad.
Oh, hey, Mike. No. That's sad. I was just taking a break from my run. So road's out.
Yeah, road's out, but no worries. Grapple point.
Oh, grapple point. Oh, just grapple. I'll grapple it.
Yeah, just grapple with your grappling hook.
Oh, yeah, I'll just grapple that fucker with my grappling hook.
Yeah, no worries. Just grapple that fucker.
I'll just grapple that fucker.
Yeah, good. All right. Well, Salada.
Oh, Salada. Yeah, all right. I'll just pull out my grappling hook. I don't know where my... Oh, this is bad. Okay, all right. Okay, there's enough here. Oh, God, oh, crap.
Could she really be here, waiting for me? Mary died of that damn disease 3 years ago.
In my restless dreams, I see that town. Silent Hill.
But it's all over now. Mary?
What a thrill, with darkness and silence through the night. What a thrill. I'm searching and I'll melt into you. What a fear in my heart.
The world's ending. At least, that's what everyone's saying.
This sky, I don't like it.
Ready to fire, sir.
Welcome to the New World Order. Fire!
Just close your eyes and listen. Tell me you can't hear that. Her rallying cry.
Planet runs out of energy. It and everything on it dies.
We can overcome our fate.
Am I the same as these monsters? Am I even human?
Okay, we're looking for Sephiroth. Think you can find him?
Oh, Sephiroth, you say?
So you heeded the call too, did you?
What are you talking about?
As you can see, your brothers down there are having a little get-together.
They're our best chance of finding Sephiroth.
Yeah. I ask because I suspect they're soldiers suffering from cellular degradation.
Do not be deceived. You know the truth. Trust in me.
Sephiroth! Come on!
On me.
Look!
Excuse me,
Could you look after my friend? Just for a bit.
A weapon?
Tutelary creatures, set only to appear when the planet is in grave danger.
Who dares disturb my slumber?
It's upon us. The reunion. When worlds merge. I'm waiting, Cloud.
PlayStation. Destiny's Crossroads.
Recently, I was lucky enough to go hands-on with Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and although my playtime was largely dominated by combat encounters, this small slice left a lasting impression on me in regards to how events in the final game will play out. It, alongside the latest trailer, has all but confirmed suspicions that Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is not going to go how we might all expect. A fascinating change in events during my demo, coupled with clues and patterns from Final Fantasy VII Remake, leads me to believe we could all be in for a shocking twist of fate for everyone's favourite flower girl. Here's 7 reasons why we think you'll be able to save Aerith during Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. But before we dive into Rebirth, let's first set the scene for what happened in Remake. The first chapter in this trilogy initially presented itself as a retelling, but by the end had veered onto its own extremely meta path. Throughout Final Fantasy VII Remake, Cloud and his friends frequently encountered the Whispers, hooded spectres that Red 13 described as arbiters of fate. Their sole purpose is to ensure that destiny plays out according to plan, effectively keeping the events of the original Final Fantasy VII timeline on track. That would of course see villain Sephiroth defeated, but not before he takes out Aerith in the process. But the Whispers are now gone, slain by Cloud at the end of Remake. The future and the past is now very uncertain, something that was perfectly illustrated in Remake with the arrival of the very much still alive Zack Fair.
Come and get it!
It seems now that anything can happen. The very end of Remake even dubs what's to come as the unknown journey. So how does this all affect Rebirth? Despite the removal of Destiny's manipulators, at this point it appears things are still on track. Trailers suggest that Rebirth is sticking to the broad events of the original game. We've seen the same locations being visited, the same characters being met, and the familiar path being trodden. But no one is naive enough to believe Square Enix won't have a surprise or two lined up. And our prediction is that, this time around, Aerith will avoid her doomed fate. The events of Rebirth begins as the party leave Midgar and will end in the Forgotten Capital. Creative director Tetsuya Nomura recently confirmed this to the PlayStation blog, noting that the Forgotten Capital is where the greatest fate of Final Fantasy VII awaits you. He is, of course, talking about the moment where Aerith is killed by Sephiroth. Producer Yoshinori Kitase also noted in a statement that we know fans are dying to see one scene in particular, all but confirming that Aerith's death scene will be a part of Rebirth. Or will it? In that same statement, Kitase noted that there will be a rapid pace of major twists and turns. And so, much like the shocking finale of Remake, could Rebirth end in a huge twist? And could Aerith survive Sephiroth's attack? It's logical to assume Square Enix will follow the path it laid down with Remake, but what evidence do we have beyond the baseless assumptions that Nomura and his team are looking to disrupt our expectations? Well, there is another disruptor, who perhaps presents a more convincing argument. In Remake, it's more than heavily suggested that Sephiroth knows the events of the original Final Fantasy VII. Basically, he knows he's doomed to be stopped by Cloud. To arrange his own victory, he needs to change the timeline. We saw him attempt this previously when he tried to kill Barrett, but the Whispers stepped in to keep destiny in order. And so, that's why Sephiroth coaxed Cloud and the party to challenge fate. With the Whispers defeated, Sephiroth is now free to walk a new path and avoid his own defeat. So how could this lead to Aerith surviving? Well, Sephiroth knows that Aerith's death is a huge catalyst for Cloud and the group to begin their planet-saving journey. and so by not killing Aerith, Sephiroth can avoid Cloud going on a path of vengeance. That may sound counterintuitive, but there's an even more compelling reason for him to keep Aerith alive. In her final moments, Aerith calls on Holy, the white magic that prevents Sephiroth's meteor from destroying the planet. So perhaps, if Aerith lives, Sephiroth could manipulate her into using Holy for his own nefarious purposes. In Remake, it's not just Sephiroth who's hinted to know the events of the original story though. It's suggested that Aerith does too.
But this isn't the way it's supposed to be. There's no greater threat to the planet than him.
She's presumably not going to be very happy with that version of events and wants to do everything she can to survive. It may be that Rebirth is a battle between heroes and villains who already know the path of destiny, with each trying to do everything they can to twist a new fate into something that benefits them. Aerith knows her sacrifice eventually leads to Sephiroth's defeat, and so it seems likely she'll need to formulate a new plan in which she can both survive and ensure his demise. Perhaps we'll be in for a story in which Aerith calls Sephiroth's bluff, coaxing him into a false sense of security by staying alive, then thwarting his plans in a way that adds a brand new story layer to this reimagined version of Final Fantasy VII. It may be that Square doesn't subvert expectations and instead sticks to classic events, but even if Aerith does die in Rebirth, she could simultaneously survive. Thanks to the destruction of the Whispers, a second, altered timeline was created in which Aerith's old boyfriend Zack Fair survived. It seems like we've seen moments from this new reality in Rebirth's trailer, such as this scene where Avalanche are captured by Shinra in Midgar, something we know that didn't happen during Remake. Katase confirmed to IGN that there will be a new episode with Zack that will contain even more of him than the remake. It stands to reason then that this altered timeline will play a major part in the events of Rebirth. With Zack alive, Cloud won't be able to assume his false identity and fall down the soldier rabbit hole. And so perhaps it's Zack, not Cloud, who joins Avalanche in this reality. And from there, perhaps this version of the party's journey completely avoids Aerith's tragic fate. Maybe all it took was for Zack to survive and to secure a more hopeful future for Midgard's Flower Girl. We know that we're going to see two timelines play out in Rebirth. It makes sense that one will feature more radical changes than the other. Perhaps we'll see two fates for Aerith, and a story that makes it clear which path of destiny is the most important for Midgard's Flower Girl to tread. Perhaps Zack's timeline will be the one with the most changes, but my hands-on showed that the regular remake timeline will continue to undergo several key alterations. When I arrived at Junon, the classic bottom swell boss that attacks Priscilla on the beach has been reimagined. In Rebirth, the boss, now renamed Terror of the Deep, is actually attacking Yuffie instead. This location is now where Cloud and the party will meet the materia thief for the first time, which is entirely different to how Yuffie is recruited in the original game. If the events at Junon are now different, then there's every chance that the events at the Forgotten Capital will be too. When discussing the Final Fantasy VII Remake project, it's important to remember that the name Remake has a double meaning. It doesn't just refer to Square Enix remaking an old game for a modern console. It also symbolizes the character choosing to remake their own destinies. The Final Fantasy VII timeline has literally been remade, and so it should be assumed that the name Rebirth will also represent multiple concepts. In an interview with IGN, Katase explained that the name was thought of as the next iteration that also kind of encapsulated this sentiment of reimagining or recreating. That explains the development side of the title then, but what about the in-game meaning? A resurrection could also be considered a rebirth. Perhaps then, just like Barrett, Aerith can be resurrected. During his final confrontation with Cloud in Remake, Sephiroth delivers a cryptic message.
7 seconds till the end. Time enough for you, perhaps. But what will you do with it? Let's see.
It's a confusing monologue, but it could well be another piece of evidence that points towards Sephiroth knowing his future. During the Forgotten Capital events of the original game, it takes exactly 7 seconds for Sephiroth to fall from the sky and impale Aerith with his sword. And so it seems like Sephiroth is taunting Cloud. He'll just have 7 seconds to intervene and save Aerith. Will Cloud ever learn what Sephiroth meant? Will he have time to formulate a plan to prevent Aerith's death? Do those 7 seconds definitely refer to this climactic moment? I guess we'll have to wait till Rebirth to find out. And those are 7 reasons why we believe Aerith could survive in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Do you have any theories of your own? Have you spotted even more evidence in the trailer that we've missed? Let us know in the comments. And for more on Aerith and Final Fantasy VII, why not check out our documentary about the resurrection of Aerith, including all the urban myths and the fans that have been desperately trying to bring Aerith back to life for the last 25 years.
I did not think for a second I was going to be impressed by the PlayStation Portal, Sony's small screen remote play solution for the PS5. With remote play already working great on tablets and phones, and controller solutions like the Backbone designed specifically for playing console games remotely, the Portal seems like a solution to a problem no one had. Why spend $200 on a single-purpose device when there are much cheaper solutions already available? And yet, after spending time with the PlayStation Portal, I gotta say, this thing rules. That's not to say I wouldn't change anything about it. In fact, it has some missing features that make me scratch my head, but initial skepticism has been replaced by enthusiasm. First off, when it comes to the just use your phone argument against the Portal, that disintegrates once you see the screen. Now, it's not OLED, which is a bummer, but it's an extremely high quality 8-inch LCD screen. That is much bigger than my iPhone 13 Pro Max, and it really looks fantastic. Colors are extremely vivid and absolutely pop. There's no smearing or ghosting whatsoever, and when things are in motion, they look exactly like you'd expect them to look. The viewing angle too is quite nice. You can freely tilt it in whatever way is most comfortable while you're using it without losing color or detail. Everything just looks crisp and alive on the screen, and I really do prefer it over using remote play on my phone. On the opposite extreme, if you use remote play on a full-size tablet, yes, you get a bigger screen. That might be the best way to strike the perfect balance between portability and screen real estate, but you still have to supply a controller, which, given the fact that you clearly own a PS5, probably not that big of a deal. However, the advantage of the Portal over a tablet is you get the good-sized screen with a controller built right into an all-in-one solution, so you can hold the Portal and play your games in any position you like. Because it's effectively a DualSense with the middle stretched and turned into a screen, the Portal is instantly familiar to feel and use. It even has the DualSense features like vibration and resistive triggers. The only feature it's missing is the touchpad, but a quick tap of the screen brings up a virtual replacement. But the functionality of every part of the traditional DualSense controller is right there, literally at your fingertips. The Portal comes in at roughly 1.17 pounds. For comparison, my iPhone 13 Pro Max with Backbone weighs in at just under 1 pound. I was actually surprised at that result when I popped it on the scale. I seriously thought it was less than that because it feels very light and comfortable without coming off as cheap, and I never got tired of holding it. I used it sitting on my couch, laying in bed, even at the local coffee shop, and I never felt like I needed to put it down and take a break. Since it is so much lighter than I was anticipating and the screen is really bright, I wasn't expecting much from the battery life. If the notoriously short-lived DualSense is anything to go by, it was never going to be amazing. I played Final Fantasy VII Remake, Astro's Playroom, and Spider-Man 2, swapping between them over the course of my battery test without ever shutting down the Portal, and I got 4.5 hours of use with the brightness turned to 100% and the volume at around 50%. The Nintendo Switch OLED gets roughly the same battery life under ideal conditions, and the Portal easily beats the Steam Deck, which often struggles to hit 2 hours. However, both of those devices are doing much heavier lifting than the Portal, which isn't doing any major graphical processing. Personally, I feel like that's plenty of time before having to plug it into the USB-C port for power. No doubt that number could be greatly increased by turning the brightness down and the controller features like vibration and trigger reactions off. As has been pointed out many times, the PlayStation Portal shortens to PSP, which is an initialism shared by Sony's first dedicated handheld gaming device that came out way back in 2005. Old. But the Portal is definitely not a shot across Nintendo's bow, because the Portal only plays games via remote play, so it's not like you can play it on the go. There's no version with a cellular connection, or without also owning a PlayStation 5. There is literally nothing else it can do. That seems like a bit of a bummer given the $200 price tag. I'd have liked to at least be able to watch Netflix or YouTube on the Portal, but all media functions are disabled on Sony Remote Play. The PlayStation Portal will only play games and let you navigate PS5's menus, so without a PS5 at the ready, the Portal is a paperweight. It's also completely bonkers that this thing doesn't have Bluetooth. If you want to listen to your games without everybody in the room hearing them along with you, you're going to need either a wired headset, which sucks, it's 2023, or you'll need one of Sony's proprietary PlayStation Link compatible headsets or earbuds, which also sucks. Add to the suckiness the fact that those earbuds and headset aren't even out yet. Hey, but don't worry. The earbuds come out December 6th. Oh wait, but do worry, because they cost $200 on their own. Wait, actually, the next Pulse headset is $149, so that's a little bit of a savings. But oh no, they don't come out until the end of February 2024. What the hell, Sony? At least this problem has an expiration date, unless you don't intend to buy the Sony headphones. But it's gonna be frustrating for early adopters. I really cannot understand why Sony didn't include Bluetooth. If it's a cost-saving measure, it's a bizarre one, given there's still some kind of chip in there broadcasting Sony's sound tech, so I don't think that's the case. Plus, Bluetooth is super cheap and it's in everything. My shoe has Bluetooth. It's made all the more frustrating by the fact that the single worst part of the Portal is its built-in speakers. They sound flaccid and underpowered with little in the way of audio range. I do appreciate they are stereo speakers, and in games that use stereo effects, it is actually noticeable. But otherwise, the sound is really underwhelming, and at full volume, it sounds blown out. My phone's speaker sounds better, and hey, I can pair my phone to my Bluetooth headset. Setting up the Portal is extremely easy. You just need to make sure your PS5 is set up for remote play first, then you power on the Portal, connect to Wi-Fi, wait for it to download the update and restart, then wait for it to apply the update and restart again, and then follow the prompts to pair it to your PlayStation 5. Okay, yes, that sounds like a hassle now that I say it all out loud, but it's not like you can mess it up, and it's a process you only need to do once. The other thing you need to do is make sure your PlayStation 5 is in rest mode and not completely powered down, or else it won't turn on and connect when you pick up your Portal. The first time I connected, it took a few moments to find my PlayStation 5, but when it did work, it worked flawlessly. It's so cool to be able to use my PS5 in what is otherwise a completely normal way, but on a bright, beautiful, portable screen. The first game I played was, of course, Marvel's Spider-Man 2, and my initial worry was, some of the text would probably be too small to read, but the 8-inch screen proved to be just big enough to see everything, even the smaller text. I hadn't actually gotten around to playing Spider-Man 2 yet, and it turned out to be an awesome showcase for the Portal. The smaller screen obviously minimizes the scale of the earliest boss battle, but for being able to play while lying down on my couch, I'll take that trade. I also played NHL 23 and found it incredibly fun on the small screen as well. Didn't have any issues with text or menus, although a little hard to see some of the action around the net on that 8-inch screen. If you've used remote play before, you know the single biggest bottleneck in performance is the quality of your Wi-Fi signal. I have a decent Wi-Fi router, yes, it's the one provided by my ISP, okay, and never once did the signal drop out while using the Portal in my living room. However, in both Spider-Man and NHL, there was a noticeable drop in frame rate in moments where the action got really fast, although it was very brief. Occasionally, I'd spot the resolution drop down for a tick or two, but again, that was only during the fastest and most heated parts of the games. The only time the stream really struggled was when I was downloading a game. I wanted to test the Portal's battery life against Astro's Playroom's awesome DualSense controller features, and went to re-add it to my library. Since my PS5 is connected wirelessly, the added bandwidth of a game download brought remote play to its knees, even losing connection once or twice before picking it back up again. Once the download was completed, everything returned to normal. Moving away from the router to my bedroom, where I have less than stellar Wi-Fi coverage, the problem got pretty bad. It was no fault of the Portal, it was wholly because I haven't set up enough access points to give it a good enough signal. At this point, I had switched to playing Final Fantasy VII Remake exclusively, and there were occasions when the streaming buffer was working so hard, the resolution drop made text completely unreadable. The moral of the story is that if you're planning on getting a PlayStation Portal, you should make sure your household Wi-Fi coverage is in top form anywhere you're going to want to play it. Sony also recommends you have a 15 megabits per second or greater connection for best results, but the minimum requirement is 5 megabits per second. After establishing the Portal works great in most of my house, I packed it up and took it to Dunkin' Donuts, which as a New Englander, I am required by law to visit at least once per month. I'd hoped to test its performance on public Wi-Fi, but this was a total bust. Dunkin', like many chains, airports, libraries, hotels, and other locations offering guest Wi-Fi, requires you to visit a website and acknowledge its terms of service before allowing you onto their network. And the Portal has no web browser to allow such an interaction. That is a huge bummer because pretty much any place you'd want to use it outside your house is going to require that initial login page. This seems like something that could be handled in a future update, but for now, you are out of luck. However, one of the locally owned coffee shops in my town has free Wi-Fi with no such requirements, so I took the Portal in for a cup of coffee to see if it worked as advertised. Getting on their Wi-Fi was easy, but connecting to my console back home took long enough that I was worried it wasn't going to work. But once it did, it worked incredibly well. In fact, it worked almost as well as it does at my house when both devices are on the same network. This was the turning point for me, where I went from, well, this is kind of neat, to this is actually rad. There I was playing Final Fantasy VII Remake from the PS5 in my house in a cafe across town, and it was nearly indistinguishable from the experience at home. Again, that's something that can certainly be done on your phone or tablet, and those are also able to get past that login screen, but none of them feel as good to hold and play as the Portal. The PlayStation Portal is the most surprising device I've ever come away from loving after going in loaded with skepticism. It's such a better experience than using your phone with a slap-on controller, and it works so much better than I was anticipating. I really love the freedom it gives me to play my PS5 from anywhere with decent Wi-Fi coverage, especially when the rest of my family was using the TV to, somewhat ironically, play Nintendo Switch. Bearing in mind that it's in no way a standalone device and 100% requires a PlayStation 5 to function at all, the biggest things keeping this Portal from being a truly amazing device are its current lack of a way to access Wi-Fi that requires a web browser to log in, and its lack of Bluetooth support for audio. For now though, it is a great device that represents the best current solution for PlayStation Remote Play, and if it weren't for those two baffling caveats, I'd call this a must-own device for every PS5 owner who enjoys playing games on handheld or has to compete for the household TV. For more handheld goodness, check out our review of the Steam Deck OLED, and for everything else, keep it right here on IGN.
Last week I danced on top of a giant rubber duck DJ. No, I'm not back on the mushrooms, I was playing Foamstars, which is a similarly colourful and fun trip. Square Enix's bubble-patched team-based shooter is bursting with character and style, while frequently managing to maintain a tense competitive edge. While not all of its launch modes hit home for me, I found myself pleasantly surprised at just how much fun I was having after 4 hours of hands-on time. Foamstars will launch with multiple modes available, of which most are centered on multiplayer. The one exception is Foamstars' PvE offering, which is playable in both solo and co-op, and consists of fighting against waves of randomized enemies to achieve the highest score. While I only played one of these missions once, I can't see it being where many will sink their time into. Instead, the meat of this shooter is found in its 3 PvP modes. Smash the Star is presented as Foamstars' signature mode, where 2 teams of 4 battle it out deathmatch style until they reach 7 eliminations. at which point an opponent's star player is crowned. This player is buffed with increased health and damage output, making them formidable on the bubble field. But once a star player is taken down, the match is over.
Nice chill. Victory!
It's a genuinely fun time, and when teams are balanced, it can get really tense, as fights go down to the wire and the risk-reward nature of attacking your opponent and defending your star player comes to the fore. First impressions may be to dismiss Foamstars as a Splatoon clone, but after playing it I found its hero shooter DNA became much more apparent. Yes, painting the floor with your team's foam colour aids movement, enabling you to surf along the perpetually changing floor with ease, but points aren't awarded for how much territory you occupy. While I had fun with Smash the Star, my favourite mode without a doubt is Rubber Duck Party. Teams of 4 battle it out to capture a wildly oversized rubber duck and escort it as far as they can towards the other team's spawn point. It's essentially Overwatch 2's push mode, and its objective-based focus spoke to those Overwatch sensibilities within me. That isn't all though. The duck is also a DJ, and if you climb on top of his shiny yellow head and manage to dance for a few seconds without being foamed up, it shoots forward at speed, pushing you further towards your team's destination. It's a nice little touch that once again encourages team play and smart team compositions, as you look to defend the giant duck and his tiny dancer. These 2 modes were easily the highlight of my time with Foamstars, and came in stark contrast to the third multiplayer mode, Happy Bath Survival, which fails to offer the same level of tension or team play. Half of each team is stripped of their hero abilities and must assist the other 2 players with basic weaponry alone by painting the floor for them in what is a relatively dull arena shootout. It's disappointing because it sidelines the characters for stretches of time, as their usually tide-turning abilities can be combined to devastating effect in both Smash the Star and Rubber Duck Party. Each of the 8 heroes is equipped with their own weapon type, abilities, and superstar skills. My favourite is the speedy Agito, who allowed me to dive under the foam, sneak around the back, and then erupt above the enemy in a shower of bubbles before finishing up with a shotgun full of foam. They're a great flanking option with a powerful superstar skill that unleashes a homing shark that explodes upon impact. Others I had fun with included Mel T, who, despite sounding like a long-lost member of the Spice Girls, is in fact an ice cream-loving young lady who deals big damage thanks to explosive skills and a rocket-propelled foam cannon. In truth, I had a good time with all 8 of the characters, and can see where each will hold their value in different game modes, especially when teamed up with other heroes that offer synergistic opportunities. There's a level of charm to each too, which carries over into the maps themselves. Each showcases a different part of Bath Vegas, and is visually distinct from one another, and crucially is well constructed with gameplay first in mind. They offer interesting architecture and varying levels of verticality, as well as obstacles such as the giant roaming roulette ball found circling Foamiopatra's crazy wheel. In a time when so many shooters are militarized in their presentation and seemingly afraid to embrace color, it's welcoming to be barraged by it at every turn in Foamstars, which successfully marries Nintendo's charm with the panache of Persona. The same can be said for the soundtrack, which delivers track after track of catchy tunes that wouldn't sound out of place in an Atlas RPG. I enjoyed my time with Foamstars then, and hope you will too, but I just can't help but fear for its long-term appeal due to the recent fate many live service games have met. Both free and premium season battle passes will be available throughout the first year of Foamstars' life, with new cosmetics, characters, maps, and modes promised, but all of which are a mystery at this point. It's
Hi everyone, I'm Herman Hulst, head of PlayStation Studios, and I'm honored to present the first State of Play of 2024. The first 3 years of PS5 have given us incredible stories, immersive worlds and groundbreaking gameplay from PlayStation Studios and their partners. We've also expanded PlayStation Plus with new features including PS5 game streaming. And with PSVR2 and PlayStation Portal, which released last November, we're committed to offering new and surprising ways for our audience to interact with their PS5. But none of this means anything without great games, like Helldivers 2, which kicks off a year of amazing experiences and diverse ways to play. Today, we're looking ahead to titles coming later this year and beyond, with extended gameplay and announcements we hope you find as exciting as we do here at PlayStation. Enjoy the show.
Stop worrying, we know you way up. You are not breaking. Our voices no one knows we are in your throne.
Welcome to the world of Stellar Blade. The story begins on post-apocalyptic Earth, where a mysterious enemy called the Naytiba has forced the human race to flee to an off-world colony. Players will take control of Eve, a member of the 7th Airborne Squad. Her mission is to save the planet by defeating the Elder Naytiba.
All we must do is complete the mission.
While most of the 7th Airborne Squad is lost during their descent from the colony, Eve soon meets 2 new companions. Adam, born on Earth, is in pursuit of an energy source called Hypercell.
Make sure to stay cautious. It's where the Alpha Naytiba is.
So this must be Eidos 7.
Lily, a member of the 5th Airborne Squad, provides engineering support.
Lily Artemis II. Then I can be your engineering support.
She puts her technical knowledge to use by upgrading Eve's equipment throughout the game.
Here, done.
Something does feel different.
This is Zion, a city built underneath the wasteland by the last human survivors on Earth.
A whole city underneath the wasteland.
Eve is called Angel by the survivors and is an object of both awe and fear.
I'm not selling anything to you.
They'll seem a bit wary at first, but will gradually loosen up as Eve shows a commitment to rebuilding the city.
Hello, Angel. How are you?
I see we have guests.
I can't believe the angel is here.
The survivors will sometimes ask Eve for help.
Please save my younger sister!
Wait right here.
Their requests will often lead her to the wasteland and the Great Desert. This place has been overrun by Naytibas and malfunctioning machines and robots.
A supply camp in a place like this.
You'll occasionally find supply stations set up by previous airborne squads. At each camp, Eve can purchase various consumable items, acquire new skills, upgrade equipment, and more. She can also take a well-deserved break to restore her health. Eve will often encounter people in need, and other non-human beings who may need her help.
Request your assistance.
Whether to assist or ignore them is entirely up to the player. On her journey to defeat the Elder Naytiba, Eve will sometimes encounter hostile survivors. Or something worse.
Eve, What are you going to do after you defeat the Alpha Natiba?
All airborne squad members exist for one sole purpose.
You mean the extinction of all Natibas, right? To think that the point of your existence is to snuff out another species. It is not an easy fight.
It's fine. I can do this alone.
It won't be easy.
Angel, that's the unofficial name for members of the Eve Airborne Squad.
I can feel the hatred, but I cannot feel the source.
I will find it, and I will make it pay.
Open it! It's windy!
No more lies to blind my eyes. Choose what you lose.
It's a collapse!
And now take up some more.
The drone is different.
This is no longer the drone you knew.
So close to the ground, headed to light that I will hold. Now it's time, together what's lost. Show me how stars fall down and to shine bright. Wherever you go, then I'll be your side, so that we can see the light. I'll keep through our time.
안녕하세요. 십텁의 대표이자 게임의 디렉터인 김영태입니다. 이 게임은 우리가 수년간 유저 여러분들께 선보이기 위해 꿈꿔왔던 게임이며 플레이스테이션 5 그리고 플레이스테이션 스튜디오의 전폭적인 지원 덕분에 그 꿈을 현실화할 수 있게 되었습니다. 기나긴 여정이었고 빨리 팬분들이 4월 26일 스텔라 블레이드를 만나보시기를 기대합니다.
Hi everyone, I'm Sean Benson. This next game is a result of a very close partnership with Konami and marks the return of a horror franchise that has been with us since the original PlayStation. Let's take a look at what's next for Silent Hill.
Maybe I can be like her.
Bad things happen because it's you!
Here goes. Is this a dream? Who's there? What's with this place?
Cherry blossoms bloom within the grasp of death. What are you hiding inside?
Maya?
What the fuck? I'm sorry. Stop! Please! What did I do to deserve this?
こんにちは。サイレントヒルシリーズのプロデューサーを務める岡本元井です。ご覧いただいたのはサイレントヒルザ・ショートメッセージという全く新しいサイレントヒルとなります。本作は本日この後プレイステーション5で無料配信いたします。コナミが送る現代を舞台にしたサイコロジカルホラーをぜひ体験してください。それでは最後にこちらの映像をご覧ください。
Every thought you've ever had. Your love. Your fear. Your hate. We're just planted in your brain like weeds in a garden. What would you do to free yourself? We both know the answer to that question. Nothing. You are the frog in a pot, boiling so slowly. You don't even know what's happening. But I'm here to set you free. Whether you like it or not.
Stare into the flame. Think of this fire as a beacon. Its warmth, its energy. Now, focus your mind on your wife and step into the void.
I knew you would come, a risen one.
Aye, make no mistake. The dragon will appear before you when the time is come.
Look out, Arisen! We're under attack!
Look here, you beast! Come and face me! Monster, watch out! You truly are formidable, Arisen.
Make manifest your will world might.
Hold fast to your strength of will, Arisen One. Those who can be of aid to you will reveal themselves in time.
Thy will, thy soul, these are all the means thou hast to carve thy path anew. Yet your wicked schemes will avail you not, Watching One.
皆さんこんにちは。チーム忍者の安田です。ライズ・オブ・ザ・ローニンは自由な探索や幅広い戦闘を体験できるオープンワールドアクション RPG です。歴史上の人物たちと紡ぐ因縁によって物語が変化していきますので、ぜひ一人の浪人として皆様それぞれの幕末を体験してください。オープンワールドで描かれる幕末の世界をお楽しみください。
本作の舞台の一つ、横浜です。19世紀幕末の時代、最初に国外に開かれた横浜では和と洋が入り混じった独特の街並みが広がっています。主人公は鍵縄を使って屋根の上に登ったり、装置アビキルを使って高所から滑空し上空を移動することも可能です。攻撃やガードを駆使しながら敵の攻撃を石火で弾いて体勢を崩すことも可能です。敵の武器と相性のいい流派を選ぶと戦いを有利に進めることができます。戦闘では日本刀や長槍以外にも海外からもたらされた短銃などさまざまな武器が使用できます。発明家である伊賀七と因縁を深めるとさまざまなからくり装置を入手できます。鳥火砲は伊賀七が作ったからくりで現代の火炎放射器のような強力な遠隔武器です。鳥火砲や和洋折衷のアクションである銃剣など西洋の技術を生かした武器をうまく活用すれば標的にも打ち勝つことができるので、ぜひマスターしてください。幕末を生きる人物たちと紡いだ因縁が物語に大きく影響します。ぜひライズ・オブ・ザ・ローニンで一人の浪人として運命を切り開いてください。
ようやくネズミ捕りにかかったの。
気持ちの揺れてないやつはついてこい。
それに倒すも何も幕府はもうとっくに死にてえなんで。
few things I need to make sure you understand.
Going to give you 10 seconds.
No, please! No!
The past is beyond our control. You have to accept this in order to move forward.
It was just a prank, man.
Everything you do, every decision you make from now on will open doors to the future.
The choice is yours.
I want you to remember this. I want you to remember this as you play your game.
Sam. Looking for me?
Welcome to Drawbridge, Sam, and to the GHV Magellan, our mobile base of operations. Come on, I'll help you get your bearings. This is the ship's armory. Here you can check your weapons and put them through their paces. These rooms over here belong to other members of the crew. They're pretty much the same as yours. And the shower's down at the end.
This is one hell of a ship you got here. Courtesy of the UCA, I'm guessing.
No. As I told you, Drawbridge is a civilian outfit. But we do have a generous patron with access to plenty of capital and tech.
Sounds like a UCA big shot.
Don't ask me. We've never met face to face. They value their privacy.
Seriously? No better than to believe that bullshit.
It's the same deal as America. The people here are all spread out, cut off from one another. We want you to help us bring the world together.
Sam, would you mind if I joined you?
Humor him. His knowledge and experience will probably come in handy down the road.
Yes. Really, Sam? Your buttocks? What about shotgun? I prefer the driver's seat.
Sam, do you read me? You'll first need to access the Mexico side plate gate terminal. After we've confirmed network coverage, we can take the DHV Magellan and regroup at your position.
The problem is, not everybody wants to be part of the UCA.
That's not the plan, Sam. The UCA isn't looking to expand its borders. Just like with Mexico, they want to bring new regions into the network. Anyway, the DHV Magellan's here to back you up. As always, you'll be the one leading the way to expand the network.
What's your role in all this? You're the commander, huh?
That's right. These days I'm fragile in name only. You brought America together, helped it be reborn as the UCA. But I'm afraid Death Stranding is far from over. Humanity is still in danger, still on the brink of extinction. Don't act like you don't see it. A lot of things changed after you went off on your own, especially within the UCA. Bridges no longer oversees the distribution network. They withdrew once things were up and running. So your friends and co-workers all went their separate ways. Within network coverage, there's no need to rely on human porters anymore. So after I closed up shop, I went and started a new group. One that handles work in regions outside the UCA. We decided to call ourselves Drawbridge.
With the support of the chiral network and APAS, humanity will be free from the need to move around. Bots are capable of handling deliveries.
He's alive.
He called himself a ghost, but...
We found a way back from the beach just so he could kill us.
He said he came back to get revenge on you and me.
Hey, brother. Did you miss me? Yeah, I figured you'd pay this place a visit, seeing as how I've been distributing the fruits of this fine factory all over the continent. With guns and violence, the whole damn world could be yours. Same as it ever was. Oh. Looks like you decided to trade in that rope for a stick this go-round. Well, I suppose even a porter has to pull the trigger from time to time. Oh, what about you? Hey, buddy. Are you just another soulless little husk, huh?
Let go of me!
Oh.
Pathetic guitarist, where's the rest of your band?
Well, ain't that something? Was it you, Heads? Huh? Was it you that killed Lou? You still don't know, do you?
Goddamn thing about Lou.
All right, Sam. Let's see what we can find on Lou.
If you want answers, you're gonna have to find them yourself. But the ones you do find, well, that pain you nurse will only get worse. Sam the man in the dark about everything.
Don't forget, coming on this expedition was meant to help you find the strength to carry on. And you have. We all know you've got this. Now it's time to finish the journey, Sam. Please understand, Sam. We never meant to string you along.
That chrysalis, we found her inside. It was filled with a fluid that contained amino acids. One's identical in structure to the kind found in tar.
I'm sorry, there are amino acids in tar? As in proteins?
Of course. How else did you think that chiral creatures could emerge from it? Some have even theorized that the tar is a sort of primordial soup.
I was there. I saw her home. And it was a hellhole.
You
see, after you left Bridges, I decided to do a little digging. Now, according to them, BB-28 was flagged for disposal and subsequently incinerated 4 years ago, long before you and Lou first met.
And now here with me today is visionary game creator and founder of Kojima Productions, Kojima-san. Hi. Welcome. Today, I'm excited to announce that together, as part of the PlayStation and Kojima Productions partnership, Hideo is going to take us on an exciting new adventure. One that I've been encouraging him to reinvent for years.
はい、全く新しいオリジナルの IP になります。新世代のアクションエスペオナージゲームです。準備を始めてますけども、デストランディング2の後に本格的に小島プロダクションで制作にかかります。ソニーさんとは、ほぼ30年にわたりエスペオナージものを一緒に育ててきたという強い経験もあります。またソニーさんは、ゲームだけではなく音楽も映画もされています。間違いなく強力なコラボレーションになるはずです。さらに2年後には僕の、ゲーム制作人生の40周年を迎えます。このタイトルが、僕の集大成の作品になると確信をしています。
A new action espionage game by Hideo Kojima. This is one of my favorite genres, one that I've been hoping you would revisit with a bold new vision. Can you share anything else about this new development?
ですね、まだ詳しくは言えませんけども、最先端のテクノロジーと、世界中の才能を集結して作る予定です。もちろんインタラクティブなゲームなんですけども、ルック、物語、テーマ、キャスト、演技、ファッション、サウンド、どれをとっても、同時に映画でもあるようなものです。本作で、映画とゲームの壁を越えたいと思っています。
We're all really excited about this project, and we will fully support you with the latest innovation Sony has to offer. More details to come.
Stay tuned.
Before we go, I have one final announcement. State of Play will return February 6th with an extensive look at Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Square Enix will be sharing new gameplay details, along with exciting news you won't want to miss. We hope you enjoyed the show. See you soon!
PlayStation
Beyond and hello and welcome once again to IGN's weekly PlayStation show. I guess this week we're doing things a little bit different and we are coming straight out of a big, huge state of play where we got to see some pretty cool stuff from Sony. I'm your host, Max Scoville, and I'm joined by my good pals, Jada Griffin, Akeem Lewanson, and Brian Altano. Hey, everybody.
Hey,
Yo.
Beyond.
Okay, so there's quite a lot to talk about. That was like, I feel like that was a good offering of things that felt like more, there was a lot of third-party stuff in there, but that felt like a lot of properly Sony adjacent stuff compared to one of those last ones. There was a lot of kind of third-party stuff. Definitely going to talk about Silent Hill. I want to touch on Sonic, Akeem, because you're here. But also, let's talk about Kojima. We just got a big, huge look at not just Death Stranding 2, but a new action espionage game, which is, I think, a polite way of saying he's doing the old Metal Gear thing again. How do we feel about this, Jada?
About doing this, it's interesting. The trailer looked really good. I'm not the huge Death Stranding person, so like I don't know. I enjoy it for what it is, but I don't know if there's gonna be enough in this Death Stranding 2 to pull me in like day one. But I'm fascinated by what they're doing and what the story is. It's so weird. It's so bizarre. From that little cat dragon ooze thing to the person playing the guitar, like it's just all over the place. Like it's wild. Yeah.
By the way, that was Troy Baker playing the guitar.
by the way. I think we have confirmed
Troy
that by
Baker in a
yeah.
Hideo Kojima game. Get out of
yes,
town.
looking like Joker too. Like I don't know. This game looks. I understand where Jada's coming from when she refers to the first game not being her cup of tea. I mean, it was kind of like a. I mean, let's just admit it. It was like a walking simulator. But Kojima, I don't know. He just has like a great imagination. I mean, like just looking at this game, like we see Troy Baker with the guitar. He's like wielding it as a weapon, like he's Bill and or Ted. We got the little puppet guy who has like that whole Into the Spider-Verse movements that he's doing.
So I believe that guy who's pulling stuff out of that's Lea Seydoux who's returning from the first one, but I think that's George Miller's body, but played by somebody else, the director of Mad Max, like in the same way that
Alan Wake, with
well,
how they had different voice actors.
I was gonna say like they had Guillermo del Toro his body in the first one, but he was voiced by somebody else. This almost feels like a spoof of Death Stranding. Like this feels like Cracked Magazine does Death Stranding. Brian, you're cackling over there. What do you think?
Yeah, they had a sort of shot for shot remake of the stuff from the early promotional stuff from Death Stranding 1, which is the baby goes through the baby tunnel, but this time it vomits out a ship.
A spaceship, yeah.
Yeah, a spaceship. And so it seems like there's going to be a lot more of that this time around. I really dig the hard sci-fi stuff they're bringing into this. I think that my thing with Death Stranding is that it didn't really get to where it needed to be until the director's cut came out, and they had like a lot of quality of life stuff and kind of ways to like speed up the gameplay, and I appreciated all of that, and I'm hoping a lot of that makes it into the V1 version of Death Stranding 2, which is subtitled On the Beach, which is a really funny thing that sounds like a SpongeBob episode, but it's a really weird thing to have that in juxtaposition to all this crazy hard sci-fi stuff.
It's a prequel to Under the Boardwalk, is what it is.
Yeah, and on the moon.
Okay, so yeah, this is I feel like a lot to unpack. I went into the first Death Stranding like really, really excited. I was picking apart all the trailers. I was looking at like high-res photos of Norman Reedus and zooming in on his dog tags and finding like quantum mechanics, string theory like formulas on there. Like I was on that subreddit reading all the weird theories. And then when the game came out, I feel like it fell short of that. And this time around, it feels like they're throwing way more stuff in there. And I'm going to sort of stay a little bit less excited. Like I'm going to sort of, temper my expectations. And I feel like that could be a really good recipe for having a wonderful time. It also looks completely bonkers. Like it looks like, I don't know, Kojima either started or stopped taking antidepressants. I can't tell which. But like we've got puppets, we've got like little wet cats, we've got babies vomiting spaceships, we've got Troy Baker cooking with a backwards hat on. It's noticeably we've got Troy Baker doing weird guitar solos and fighting robots. Like it's completely it's noticeably more colorful. It's noticeably more over the top. It's a lot going on there, and it's I don't know. That's again the first game was announced while the studio was still being built. Like that was a big thing is they basically announced that to kind of drum up attention to Kojima Productions as a company. And a lot of the time that spent, in the oven was them like literally buying office furniture and stuff. Like I remember after that game was announced, I interviewed Kojima at PSX back, I think it was probably 2018 or something. And he was like, you have to understand, we're staffing up. Like we aren't really working on the game quite yet because we don't have people to work on it. Like they were building that. And this time around, like they have a foundation to work on. They have like a staff, they know what they're doing. So I'm willing to give this one much more of the benefit of the doubt. But so what I wanted to kind of get into was with the Death Stranding, is sort of a known quantity, as completely weird and out there as it is. I think Kojima announced that he's working with Sony to make something that's a movie, but that's also a game. Not like he hasn't been doing that for 25 years already, but the sort of drone shot at the end, it pulled out and it flew over Sony Picture Studios. And the last shot in there, I don't know if we actually caught it, there was the Universal Pictures logo, and below it said Physint, which I think is the name of the project. Like PHYSINT, like physically isn't. I don't know. That sounds like a Kojima portmanteau, though. Is this getting any of you excited?
We should definitely research that. I mean, I'm pretty sure the internet's already breaking things down in relationship to that. I don't know. I'm excited to see whatever this hybrid video game / movie looks like. And they mentioned action espionage. I'm kind of curious when this will come out, or when we'll start to see more information about this, because we do know that there's development of a remake of one of the Metal Gear Solid games. I'm kind of
Right.
curious, if they're gonna be in close competition, like depending upon when that game is slated to come out as well. But I don't know. I'm excited. I mean, like whatever Kojima touches turns into some weird gold. So I'm
Yeah.
excited to see what this is.
I mean, we've had a lot of game developers attempt and movie directors attempt that sort of like weird crossover hybrid between like interactive software and cinematic plot device to varying degrees of success. Like there was that weird, I mean, Silent Hill, right? Did a thing like just a few months back where it was just like vote on cutscenes and emojis, and it was sort of a catastrophic.
That's
failure.
still ongoing, by the way. Just to let you know,
Still going.
Silent Hill Ascension is what you're referring to. Yeah.
Right. Well, they banned everyone who was watching it, so no one actually knows that it's still happening.
It was a
But,
true Silent Hill in the chat.
Yeah.
I want to touch on Silent Hill in a second, but it's worth calling out that like Kojima's got a lot of he's got a lot of projects going right now. He's got a lot of plates spinning or whatever the expression is, and like so there's Death Stranding 2, which we know about. There's also Overdose, which he's working on with Jordan Peele, which has a bunch of famous people in it. That's we got that to see it over on the Xbox thing. And then there's the fact that he's also supposedly been working with, he's hung out with Del Toro, with, oh my God, the Drive guy, I'm drawing a blank, but also George Miller's in this. And then we've also got Jordan Vogt Roberts, who, was apparently working on the Metal Gear movie at some point. I think he's also working on the Gundam movie. Dude likes mechs,
the
I
Death
guess.
Stranding movie.
It's going to be interesting to see if like Kojima makes this like whatever this, like transmedia multimedia crossover thing is, if he's like I'm making this movie myself, or if he farms out bits and pieces of it to make some kind of weird collaborative thing with filmmakers that he loves and respects, because that could be really cool, like a Masters of Horror type thing. Does that grab any of you, or is this just veering too far out of like the game realm?
I mean, I dig that what he's I as a big horror nerd, I'm loving the idea of what OD can be, but I do also like wonder, like, is he spreading himself too thin, or is there too many plates spinning at the same time? That said, like seeing like there is substantial thematic and mechanical growth in Death Stranding 2. It is obvious. They are like Max, you alluded to before, but like when they started their studio, they were basically like, hey, Horizon, can we borrow the Decima engine? And then built a whole new game that looked very, very different. It was a lot more bleaker and sadder and sort of a minimalist than Horizon, which was kind of categorically busy and over the top and flora and fauna everywhere. And this time around, Death Stranding 2, like there's a lot of different environments happening. There's a lot of different ideas happening. There's futuristic cities, there's deserts and all that kind of stuff. And so like this is what's odd is that like I think that like we are constantly positioned as seeing Kojima as this sole auteur who's single-handedly responsible for every single thing that he's involved in. But there's a large team of people working on this game. Clearly, they don't get their names on the box, but like very clearly, there's a lot of people working on this. So if he can sort of lay down the story beats for them, and they can run and gun with this thing, and then he can move on and work on OD and Death Stranding movie and a bunch of other stuff, then I'm happy, and then we'll get a bunch of cool projects from somebody who's really interesting and smart.
I wish Kojima nothing but the best for success, but I also would love to see him kind of like take on more of like a executive producer type role and really just elevate cool ideas that come from within his team, because I think that's I think they did kind of like a throw stuff at the wall and see what sticks approach when they were designing Metal Gear Solid 2, and that's why that game was so out there in terms of what it was attempting and doing. But yeah, let's shift gears here from one a Konami alum to a still alive and well ? Konami franchise, which is Silent Hill, which was noticeably taciturn for quite some time. It was all quiet on the Western Front up there. And then just recently we've been getting a bunch of new Silent Hill stuff. There was the weird stream along thing we talked about. And then we just got, a new Silent Hill game today. Like literally right now, they just dropped this short message, which we've heard rumored for quite a while. I'm sure, Akeem, you're a big Silent Hill fan. Are you okay right now? Are you annoyed that I'm like keeping you and you can't just go play this?
No, I'm not at all. This is, it's like, this is the thing. I want the remake. I think that's, I'm speaking for most Silent Hill fans. We want this remake. Stop giving us Silent Hill Ascension. Stop giving us all these things that are tangentially related. Stop giving us those, what do they call, pachinko machines? Give us what we actually want. This is what I want. Silent Hill 2. That's what I want.
Yeah, no, the core of good psychological horror is familiarity and like the comforting thing that we know well. No,
Yes.
I'm teasing. But like, what's your read on this? Does this seem, compared to Ascension, does this grab you more? Compared to
Oh,
PT,
100%.
does this look more like Silent Hill? Yeah,
100%. I would say this is definitely a step in the right direction. I feel like this is what we should have gotten initially over the Ascension project that we received, which was just like a bit of a laughing stock on the internet and amongst fans. But this I think this is like a good palate cleanser coming off of that. I mean, I'm down to play this for sure. Again, just as a horror fan in general, I want to play this off rip.
I like these kind of shorter experiences that kind of give maybe new fans a chance to kind of like dive in, learn something about the story, maybe a little bit about the gameplay. It's going to be obviously be different than the core Silent Hill 2 remake gameplay loop, but kind of gets you like into the world of Silent Hill with this, which is a kind of a good, for people who maybe didn't get a chance to play Silent Hill when it was big on the PS1 era. Like that's when Silent Hill was really big, PS1 and PS2. Like there's a lot of people who maybe never played Silent Hill unless they played like one of the remakes or collections that came out on like the PS3 era. But like it's so like it's good to get these kinds of like new experiences. It also lets them test new things that we haven't maybe seen, that maybe this doesn't work in the full game, but it's a cool idea. It might work in a shorter experience. So I'm kind of for these smaller things.
Yeah, but I feel like one of the things that the Silent Hill franchise, I feel like I've spoken on this when we first got that big announcement of all these games. Like one of the things that's kind of lacking in just like the Silent Hill universe is just like these recognizable characters. Like you look at the Resident Evil series, so many different characters that we recognize. We got the Chris Redfields, we got the Jill Valentines. There's so many. So I think the thing as like a hardcore Silent Hill fan that's just like kind of just irking me a little bit is just these games and these experiences that we're getting. It's just like it's just in name, and of course it takes place in Silent Hill. But I want to play as some of the characters that I remember, when I picked up my PlayStation 1 and started playing it initially. Obviously not a continuation, but again, like Silent Hill 2, that's a remake. So we're revisiting this character, in the same place that we remember. It's just with a different coat of paint on it. So I don't know. For me, that's what I'm looking. That's what I want. That's why, give me Silent Hill 2.
As soon as we're done here, you can go and sort of whet your appetite for Silent Hill 2 by checking this out. I'm definitely wary of a Konami project that ends with like free to play, and I'm hoping that means it's more of like a PT thing where it's just like a weird encapsulated experience rather than like I don't know how you would monetize this experience here, but like you got to pay to get the roaches off your head or whatever, like whatever they're doing. But I'm definitely curious. I'm sure people are going to be, picking this apart. But let's talk Silent Hill 2, because that's the big one. That's the one that everyone loves. We got a good proper look at what this game looks like in action. There have been leaks. There was a teaser. It's Bloober Team, which they've done a bunch of horror games that have all like very clearly an homage to the Silent Hill games. I think it was the Medium had like the same composer. Like it was they've been auditioning for this. It kind of feels like how Larian was with Baldur's Gate. Like they're working their way up to tackling this classic. Akeem, as a Silent Hill 2 fan, like what did the new footage look like to you? Like did it grab you?
Ooh, it looked so good. It looked really, really. I was like, yes, this is what I want. This when they showed that, I was like, yes. Can we skip all the BS that y'all have been giving us? I don't mean to call it BS. I'm sorry to say that, because I love Konami, but I want this. This is what we want.
For like 11 years, we got pachinko machines and Dead by Daylight skins. It's okay to call it BS. It's fine.
It looks so beautiful. I mean, seeing James, obviously we just see the back of his head and his body, but he's wearing that iconic jacket. Again, this is what the fans want. We want to return to this place with these characters that we remember playing so long ago, and it's just beautiful. I like the trailer that we got many months ago. Obviously it's gonna look glossy, it's cinematic. It didn't actually give us gameplay, but looking at the monsters that you get to fight, some of these look kind of new. There was one that we just saw that looked like it was a woman. I guess she was walking on her hands, and that right there, it's like her feet are in the air. I don't recall seeing that, but
I think that's what you were supposed to be seeing in the original, but the graphics weren't good enough.
Right? It was just
Now it was just limbs back then. That's all you could make out.
Now, Jada and Brian, you both are pretty diehard Resident Evil fans, and the problem with this is that Capcom set unrealistically high bar with what the recent RE remakes have been like. How do you feel about this? Do you think is it moving the needle for you, Jada?
It's not. I've never been a huge Silent Hill fan. Like they're good experiences. I enjoy them for what they are, but they've never been that. It's never been the franchise that's just like, oh, I can't wait for the next Silent Hill. Like, when are we getting new Silent Hill games? When are we gonna when can I play the remaster for this one? Like, it's never been that franchise for me. But I know it is very, very much that for a lot of people that do love that franchise. So I do hope that this one is moving the needle for them. But I don't know. It's not drawing me in as somebody who's not a huge fan of the franchise already.
I'm incredibly excited for this, but I'm as excited as somebody can be for something that still doesn't have a release date. Like the trailer ended and it said in development, and we don't have a year. And Akeem, I think you nailed it before with this kind of machine gun scattershot approach to this franchise that went dormant for so long and then came back and was like, here's 7 different projects that are not necessarily really connected in any meaningful way, and not really what people are like this, that we're getting. It's an awesome little make goodness kind of amuse bouche appetizer onto the main course over here, but where's the release date here? I'm happy to switch of this, but you have to keep in mind, remake, I feel like that was announced and then released within 6 months after that. We got the Separate Ways DLC. It was a fully feature complete package with, they added mercenaries. As a hardcore Resident Evil, that I went from game was a thing to platinuming it and beating all the DLC year and a half. And so I don't want to rush the game development here, but I don't want this to be something that we check in on this game every 6 months to a year for several more years and showcases. I just play it.
Yeah. I mean, that's one thing Capcom's really having a good cadence for balancing a new Resident Evil with the new one with the remake. Also,
I should probably. I was going to say I should probably mention this too. Now, this has been rumored. It's not confirmed, but they're also working to movie, so I know some of the rumors online that have been floating around is that they're going to try to release this around the same time as the movie, and I don't think we have a date as to when we can expect the movie in theaters.
I watched the original movie just a few days ago, actually, which was really interesting because there's a lot in that movie that is very, very early 2000s schlocky horror movie, but there's some interesting creature design and set pieces in that movie that I think it's on Netflix. It's totally watchable if you're looking for a dumb 90 minutes to spend watching.
So the director of that is directing the new one, Return to Silent Hill. And apparently it's shot already, which is I could see them having it in the can and holding it until if they want to line it up with a video game. It's a weird flip from how it used to be, where a video game would have to get rushed out to come out alongside the movie.
Yeah.
But I can't help but wonder if Sony's pushing this right now, we know about more PlayStation productions, movies, and shows than we do about PlayStation Studios games. And Sony obviously makes a lot of money from movies. It's not like a little fledgling industry. It makes sense that they would want to kind of leverage existing IP that they have into something bigger. Unclear if Sony would have anything to do with that, but that's, again, on the Silent Hill front, that's if they've got it sitting around. And I mean, I could also see a Silent Hill sequel not being the biggest budget thing to make ever.
I have to imagine they're waiting to capitalize on maybe Halloween this year, because they put it on their website. This is the second time they've shown Silent Hill 2 in one of their, because we had that earlier, hey, 24 PlayStation, here's a bunch of, and Silent Hill 2 was in there, and they said it was on their 24 releases. So I think they're just waiting till Halloween to capitalize on that, spooky time of year, to maximize sales.
Yeah. Well, I really hope that that Konami can pull it off. Yeah. Konami doesn't have them sometimes, and people love to get mad at them. It would just be cool for Silent Hill fans to actually really up to their high expectations. Now, shifting gears, what we've sort of known about for a bit which is Ken Levine's new thing, but also it's kind of BioShock. What what did we think of all this, Jade?
I'm very hyped for Judas after that trailer. Like before now, nothing had really excited me. But this looks like the kind of BioShock game that I've been waiting for. Since the first BioShock was fine, Infinite was okay, but it has potential to be that next like true successor to the original BioShock. I cannot wait for this one. The action looks good, the abilities look fun. It's just very wacky and just like cheeky with like how they care. So we'll see what that kind of it's like as we get to see more down the year or later this year as they show more of it. But I'm actually pretty excited one now.
I'm morbidly curious about this. It's been over a decade since Infinite came out, and Ken Levine famously left the franchise, started a new studio. Stories about that studio is sort of having a letter, and the game being kind of an L. And then we actually in motion, it was like, oh, this is a real thing. And now it's actually like really starting to come together. I think since then we've gotten a lot of BioShock-ish game. And so like there's, I think the sense of that franchise officially made a bunch of other small series and games kind of like step in, and it's just coming from the creator of the original franchise. And so like I'm really interested to see what he does here. In terms of like once we're actually playing it, again, it's tough to say as of like I'm excited. What's awesome too is that we've heard rumors now about like at the same time 2K is potentially either franchise or remastering one or remaking one of the don't really know for sure. I don't know, like BioShock fans could pretty good in the next year or two if all of them together at the same time. And that rules.
Yeah, it's what I like about it is it's not like distinctly tied to one historical period, but it clearly has distinct art style. BioShock is all very Art Deco, and then Columbia is all like World's Fair. This is all over the place. You got people wearing like T-shirts with Impact font on it, and you got like modern spray cans, and then there's just sort of things that look like almost like these toys running around. So yeah, I mean that's something that's fun to. So we got to talk about. There's also the person, just real messy situation. There's also Metro Awakening VR, which is the Metro series, getting a whole new VR component.
I'm fascinated by this. I'm glad to see that Metro is getting kind of another life, because I think it's a franchise that's like not at the top of anybody's lists or most people's lists when you think of like cool first person like kind of survival games. It is. I really like it is for you. You're a big Metro fan?
Oh hell yeah! It's what got me into FPS games.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh awesome.
Yeah. Well, but that's a different podcast, different time, different conversation. I really like the Metro series, so I'm really excited for this, and this is the kind of like big experience I've been wanting for PSVR2, so I'm really excited to see this one coming to that.
Yeah, this is the kind of thing that sort of like keeps the lights on with that fan base a little. Obviously, no secret, Sony kind of, dropped the ball on PSVR2 in terms of first party support. And I don't really get why they shipped a product that they didn't truly believe in, but it's good to see third parties will step in and be like, hey, we're working on some experiences for this thing. It's still happening. It's still going.
Yeah, no, this game looks amazing. But how many titles? By the way, I just want to mention this because I'm kind of curious. I want to see if we know this. How many PSVR 2 titles did we see showcased today?
2? I think it was just 2.
Two. So okay, so out of the 2, I gotta be very honest with the cast here as well as the viewing and listening audience. I'm really looking forward to Legendary Tales.
I am too, actually. I'm a big D&D fan.
It looked amazing. So. Yes, you're fighting skeletons and with swords and hammers. I mean, it looked amazing. Hopefully, we can pull up some of that footage of Legendary Tales.
Wait,
it
looked. It's really fun to play because like visually, I did not think it looked amazing. It felt pretty dated to me.
Honestly, I'll be quite honest here, it did look kind of janky, but I think that's because it was like actual footage of someone having it on their head, and so it just looked very jittery from what we're looking at now. But I don't know. I'm looking forward to fighting some skeletons.
I don't know if this was an artistic decision to kind of go with this almost kind of PS3 Nintendo Wii era, almost even like ancient PC dungeon crawler launch day edition Skyrim art direction here, but like it's decidedly kind of low poly lo-fi, and there is a charm to that, I will say. Like I'm not one of those people that's just like, oh, it's got to be more realistic, otherwise it's crappy. But like seeing the Metro game in VR and then this come right after, it was just like, all right, well, we're going with something a little different here. And jank is a funny way of putting it. And I think there's a sort of an inherent jank to VR because the animations are being controlled by you, right? Like you're waggling your arm around in the air and you're slashing and dashing and stuff like that. And it's not going to look as good as something that's like curated by an animator because you have dumb arms.
Yeah. Now, Brian, Max, Jada, I got to say this just before I lose all credibility with our audience. I was lying. I am not looking forward to this game. It looks terrible. I'm just going to say that right now. I was just joking.
Wow. Okay.
Hey,
I was joking. I don't want people to assume that this is my taste.
Akeem, it's okay. It's okay. It's already out on Steam. It's been out early access since 2021. So, and people are very positive about it. So
they need to put it back in the oven.
Wait, sorry. It says mixed, but very positive. No, people are positive.
It's mixed.
I don't know how that works. Recent reviews are mixed, but overall they're very positive. So I don't know what this game did to wrong them in recently, but no, VR games frequently look a little bit janky. They don't display well. They're meant to display when you're in them. Like, and I don't know. We've seen lots of games like Gourd is amazing, but that game looks stupid as hell if you're just watching it on a screen.
Right.
And it's like, that's kind of the idea. Again, that jank works in favor of really just whooping some skeleton ass in a cave or whatever.
I don't know. Graphically, it's not the most impressive VR experience we've seen. I'm not expecting that out of this type of game. I'm seeing in this clip that it looks like it's co-op. So that could be fun, just bashing in some skeletons.
4-player co-op, yeah.
There you go.
Oh,
bashing in some skulls with some friends in VR. Sounds like a good time for me.
Now, I'm not even sure how you make this segue, but they were doing a new Sonic the Hedgehog game over there. Akeem, how do you...
Oh man, you know what? I gotta tell you, Sonic.
Speaking of bad games Akeem loves. No, I'm not gonna do it.
Whoa, hold on here. No, it's too late. Brian, you just did it. Look, you know what? Look, I did it to Legendary Tales. I'm pretty sure they have a huge fan base that's gonna come after me.
Speaking of Legendary Tales, what about Miles Tales per hour?
There you go.
Did that work? Was that a good segue?
Yes, I loved it. You know,
I kid the Sonic franchise, by the way. I love you guys. You're good.
Sonic looks like a shadow of his former self. Sorry, I'll stop.
No, this honestly surprised me. I know it was rumored that we'd get some Sonic Generations news, but then I saw Shadow just zoom by, and I was like, "Whoa, okay, this is a bit of a surprise." Now, I feel like a lot of people out there should be familiar with the Sonic Generations story. It's there's this enemy that creates like these various time holes, and Sonic has to travel back in time to team up with his Sega Genesis fat self to save his friends in the space-time continuum. And actually, one of the enemies he fights
is chubby. Okay, it's we don't have to go. He's chibi and cute.
Is that what we call it, chibi?
It's just a different proportionate size Sonic. It doesn't need to be.
He just got a gut. That's all. It's the Genesis version.
He looks like a hedgehog.
His favorite food isn't spinach smoothie or what. He's a chili dog boy. Come on, leave him alone.
No, look, I'm giving it to him. I mean,
he's
at
getting
least
old. Okay, it's harder to
look. Keeping it. No, but that's him in the past, though. Keep that in mind. That was Sonic in the past. So Sonic from our generation, which is the thin Sonic, goes back in time, teaming up with his younger. I guess younger, fatter self. Is that what you
look? He was like chubby in middle school. What do you want? Like I was too. Like sometimes people, they get a growth spurt or something. I don't know. Like,
well, this game looks great though. I'm gonna say that I'm looking forward to this. As I feel like Sega. And I feel like I say this almost every single year, but it seems as if Sega comes out with a new. They've been coming out with a new Sonic game every single year. It feels that way. I'm looking forward to this. My only question is, I get it. I love Sonic Generations, but why not, remaster Sonic Unleashed? That came out in 2008 before Sonic Generations.
Stop asking for remasters. I want new stuff like this. Like this is a updated version of Sonic Generations, but it's new content. I don't want to replay Sonic Unleashed.
Well, no. Okay,
if
what I
wanna
mean
play
is
that, I'll
you
go
could have like
replay
a
it.
crossover, kind of similar to what they're doing with this, though. That's what I'm saying. Like, kind of, you know.
Akeem, apparently, like they tried to design a hyper realistic Wolf Sonic, and all the playtesters kept throwing up because it was so scary looking. So maybe they tried. They did give it a shot. It's just, if you want to draw it, you can. Maybe you can make your own game where Sonic becomes a wolf and it's hyper realistic and see who throws up.
I've already drawn it. It's on my Deviant art page.
Okay. That's
Sonic-
why people kept throwing up.
Sonic Generations is one of my favorite Sonic games of all time. It's just a fantastic blending of old school and new school Sonic.
Yeah.
I love Shadows of Character. I love Sonic Adventure 2. I love that it looks like we're getting remastered versions of Final Rush and Final Chase. Like, these are going to be this. I think this is going to be fantastic. This is exactly the kind of content I want Sega making for Sonic. Like, Sonic Frontiers was cool. Sonic Superstars was all right. This is the type of content I want out of Sonic. This is what I'm looking forward to. So, like, I'm very hyped. Like, that's the final boss from Sonic Adventure 2. Spoilers if you haven't played that, like, 20-year-old Sonic game. But, like, I love seeing that type of stuff being reused and made in a new way. Like, I'm very excited for that.
And Max and Brian aren't.
Sorry, I've got people chattering in my ear for some reason.
You can have this one.
It looks like fun. Like, it's definitely, as far as like Sonic reveals go, like this one looks like fun and colorful and interesting. I know people have differing opinions on like, on 3D versus 2D Sonic, but this does more for me than the last 2D one did. Which is also fine because I don't play games on my phone, and I know people are still bitter about that one. But moving on, let's talk about Stellar Blade, which we just got a release date for. This is from let's see, it's from a Korean studio. Shift Up, yeah, and it's basically post-apocalyptic Earth. We've kind of been there before. There's humans have gone off-world. I had a really hard time getting, like, they were being very straightforward about how, what the game mechanics are, what the gameplay loop is, but I still had a hard time getting a read on like what genre is it? Because it's got like little bits of like Soulsborne in there. It's obviously got some hack and slash stuff. Definitely a lot of Nier DNA. But I don't know. I couldn't get a sense, like, is this a game as a service kind of thing? Is this going to be like a grindy loot thing? Is this going to be a more straightforward RPG? I don't know. But like, what was all your reads on this?
It looks like it's gonna kind of be one of those games that kind of blends a bunch of genres into one. It's gonna like kind of borrow from everybody's homework in the class and just kind of make it into its own thing. The earliest trailers I remember for this was very kind of hack and slash, very like flashy, almost Devil May Cry looking action with parries and stuff. So I'm thinking that's gonna be like the core gameplay loop still. But who knows? After this trailer, there's still a lot of unknowns about this game. I think we'll probably get some more deep dives closer to its launch in April. But I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of into this one. I think it'll be interesting. I really like the monster design. I think the monsters that they showed off in this trailer are top notch. And I'm very excited to play this and see what other creations they have in mind for us.
Yeah, I really dig a lot of the kind of over the top sci-fi ideas here. It seems like the cosmetic options are going to be just seemingly endless. The bosses and big monsters, like you said, super cool. Like some really cool sort of hybrids between mechanical and organic, right? Like just big gross machines that also have nasty tentacles and stuff like that. I'm into that. I was less enthused by like the sort of mid PS3 generation sepia toned used future kind of Fallout-y backdrops. When it gets a little more brighter and neon and a little more creative, I dig that a ton. Yeah, I think you just nailed it. Like there's a whole lot of sort of tonal differences here, but also a lot of like, hey, this is very clearly kit bashing a ton of stuff from video games you like. And there's nothing inherently wrong with that, but like there are things like, hey, you can get consumables and upgrade stuff. And it's like, yeah, I know, dude. It's a video game. I got that far.
It was a lot of very familiar video game mechanics and visuals. It's like I feel like this almost looks like an Unreal 5 remake of a game that came out 15 years ago. And like, I don't mean that in a bad way. A lot of good games came out 15 years ago, but in terms of like the sensibilities, like it's very much like, it's got some like Bayonetta in there. It's hacky, it's slashy, it's got like this, it's just like a total, I mean, there's a part where she's like, she's cooking a stew, and it kind of feels like a video game stew. There's just
Mhm.
it's got like just it's kind of all over the place. It definitely looks shiny. I feel like this is going to be a really cool showcase of the PS5, and this is, I believe, PS5 console exclusive. I think it's coming
Yeah.
to PC too.
Yeah.
But
It comes down to combat for me, and Jada, I'm sure the exact same way. In fact, all of you. Like if if that clicks, then I'll dump a ton of hours into this because I actually I love a game that's just like, this is a 7 or 8. Maybe it's a little bit narratively hollow, but like if it's crunchy and fun to play and the bosses are fun and the upgrade systems and the all that feedback loop feels great, then hell yeah, I'm all in on this. I love a good like third person action game, so throw it at me.
yeah,
I'm all for these games like borrowing from like other like kit bashing, like you said, Brian. It's all comes down to the execution and how well they blend those together. And that's what it comes down to for me.
Yeah.
Now, shifting gears here, something that's coming up even sooner, another PS5 exclusive is Rise of the Ronin, which comes out on March 22nd. It's also the same day as Dragon's Dogma 2, which they got trailers back to back. I'm surprised they didn't just start punching each other in the face. They're really that's a good feud there. I also love that it is basically someone's got it. Why one of these needs to get out of the way. These are also like both clearly massive games, and they're also both clearly games that would appeal to fans of FromSoft games. Like Dragon's Dogma has a lot of Dark Souls DNA, and Rise of the Ronin clearly has some Sekiro. So it's kind of hilarious that you've got to make this choice of how you're going to spend your time, but.
I'm hard pressed to think of the last time I watched like a major showcase from any of the three big companies that had two sort of thematically similar games in it, like Max said, that appeal to the same audiences that have the same release date. Like it seems like even when you were putting together this showcase, you would be like, doesn't make a ton of sense to me. Like spread those out a little bit. It can only benefit both of those products if they're a month apart. Just do it.
Yeah, I mean, which one are you? I want to go right. Which one is grabbing you the most, Jada?
I'm like split right down the middle because both of them are like 8 out of 10s for me right now. Excitement level, like I guess probably Dragon's Dogma, but that's purely based on we've seen a lot more of it because we did the IGN first all month for it. So I'm more familiar with it, but I don't know. Rise of the Ronin might get my impulse buy because it seems like it may be the less popular one, and I like to have that experience and knowledge that other people may not have.
Akeem?
Yeah, no, I'll have to say Dragon's Dogma too. I mean, honestly, just because again we've seen more, kind of like echoing what Jada said. This is my first time really getting like an in-depth look at Rise of the Ronin. So I mean, it looks just as good. I mean, honestly, for me, it just comes down to how many hours in a week or a month I have to bounce back and forth between these two games.
Brian, what about you?
I didn't really get super into the first Dragon's Dogma, despite trying several times. It just didn't click, and I want to give it one more shot before this game launches. So I'm going to go with Rise of the Ronin for now, not only to be different than the rest of you, because that's fun, but because it just looks like something that doesn't come with that sort of same level of baggage for me. Like it's a new franchise, it's a new concept. It's rooted in familiarity, of course, but this world looks cool, and I feel like I've done the high fantasy thing a million times, and so let's do another genre that I've done a million times.
I typically don't really gravitate towards samurai stuff. Like it's just. I don't, for whatever reason, doesn't grab me, or it has to try harder to grab me. But the world here is impressive.
Yeah,
I feel like this also is probably going to be a pretty good, holdover for people hoping for a new Ghost of Tsushima, which I know we're always hoping for. But like jumping off of a glider onto a horse, that's cool. I'll do that. That looks like fun. It's also weird because like Dragon's Dogma is an established IP. Like it's a sort of a known quantity, but the last one came out 10 years ago, 10 plus years ago, Meanwhile, this is from Team Ninja, who have been kind of steadily like putting out what they put out Wo Long. That was them, right? And then
I believe so, yes.
And then there was Neo. I almost said Nier. It's actually, if you talk to Australians about Neo and Nier, it's completely confusing. But no, like that they've put out 2 Neo games which people loved and have like really crunchy combat. And it's like Team Ninja is known for making great punishing games that'll kick your ass. I'm excited about just the sort of exploration side of this. It looks enticing.
I forgot this was Team Ninja for some strange reason. I'm changing my vote. I'm going Rise of the Ronin because I love what everything that Team Ninja has basically done. You know, Ninja Gaiden, like you said, Wo Long was one of my favorites last year. They did they did Stranger of Paradise, Final Fantasy Origin,
That's
the year
right,
prior
yeah.
to that, which I really liked. So like, Team Ninja has been hitting for me recently. So I'm swapping. I think that's what I'm going to be going with day one.
I think that might be the right answer. Like now that I think, like I really want to. I'm really excited for Dragon's Dogma, but it also feels like it, like the first one came out and it was like it didn't quite. It was people loved it. It was really cool, and it wasn't until Dark Arisen where they kind of went and retooled a few things that it really sort of stuck the landing. And even then, it was sort of it was a one off. Like it came out and then we didn't hear about Dragon's Dogma 2 for like a decade, and then now we're getting it, and I'm excited for it. I'm totally. I'm definitely more interested in that, but it's also it feels like it could be harder to predict which way that one's going to go. And it's funny that we have to even have this conversation of picking one over the other, but they come out the same day, which is kind of ridiculous.
Well, so did Oppenheimer in that Barbie movie.
Sure.
Yeah, but those didn't take 40 hours plus to beat.
Yes,
you know?
exactly.
I mean, Oppenheimer was close, but like that was. Now let's move on. Even sooner, there's Helldivers 2, which is coming out super soon. And is this getting any of yours attention? Like, is this?
I'm very excited for Helldivers 2. Like, this show for me, like, started off on such a good note, and then it kind of like just declined for me as it went through, just because I was most interested in the upfront stuff they showed. The Helldivers 2, the Stellar Blade, Sonic Shadow Generations, Foamstars. Like, those were like, I was like, oh, this is a really good showcase. And then they jumped into Silent Hill Kojima stuff, which just isn't my bag, which is fine. But like Helldivers 2, I'm very excited for this. I love me some good co-op shooters. I really liked the first one, which was like top-down isometric. So there, it's a very different experience this time around, but I think for the better. I think this is, I would have loved to see a sequel to Helldivers between the first one and now. That was more of the isometric top-down, so I could have played a little bit more of that. But if this is what they spend all their time cooking up, I'm happy with this. So I'm intrigued, and I just I hope that there's enough people playing at launch to fill the servers for people, because I think that's going to really make or break this type of game. Same with Foamstars, it's going to really make or break how many people download and are playing it online.
It's also really cool that this is almost here, right? Like this is a game with a release date that's coming soon. It's fully self-aware about how hard into the Starship Troopers it's going. It's goofy and silly, but also gorgeous and violent, and that pushes a lot of buttons for me. So I don't know, like I'm not really a big online multiplayer co-op, let's squad up type of dude, but like if we get the chance to all play together, like that will completely change my mind. And this is the exact kind of game I want to do that in, right? I'm not really interested in being Big Shark in Suicide Squad as much as I am being just one of these generic cloaked heroes that blows up bugs.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of fun to be like a grunt like that. It's also, I don't know, with we're comparing it to Suicide Squad because that came out today or 20 minutes ago or whatever it was. But those are like 4 known characters, and I feel like there's always that playground logic of like, ooh, I want to be that one. I want to be that one. And you have to pick, but these aren't established characters. This is like a level of role playing to it that I feel like is much more, which color spaceman do you want to be on an arcade game? Which again, this is such a massive leap forward compared to the first one. Like it might as well be a new IP. Like it's a they added quite a few more A's onto the AA or AAA or whatever level this is. But yeah, I hope it's cool. Yeah.
Which is cool if you think about it. Like if you're under the age of 25, like it's very rare nowadays to get a game that goes from the first game to the second game and dramatically shifts in genre and camera angle and all that. Like it used to be very common back in the day. Was you got a 16-bit action platformer that then became a 3D collectathon or whatever.
Yeah, Duke Nukem, Fallout, both of those did that. They did a leap from the,
So this is really cool. Yeah, that's a big jump from game to game, and I dig that.
Yeah, I'm also looking forward to having one of you reload my rocket launcher for me, because apparently it's a 2-man job in this game.
You just want us to be caddies?
I'm gonna step on you with my mech. coming soon after launch.
Okay, that honestly is like, I don't know how I feel about that, because that's telling me that the game does have mechs, but not yet, which makes me not. It makes me not excited. It makes me angry. I'm just, why not? Why don't
Max?
we get mechs?
I sent you a picture last year of me at the John Wayne Airport, and they were like, "Hey, coming soon, like a Mexican restaurant." And I'm like, I'm at the airport now. Like, I'm hungry. Where's this? Where is it? I don't need a coming soon sign at the airport. Like, I'm already here. So like with Helldivers, like, thanks for the tease on the mechs, but like, just put them out. Give me the mech now.
Yeah, no, that's I'm cross with them already. Helldivers, you're in a world.
How
of
dare
hell
you?
From just don't tell
You're
me
on the list now.
getting
You're
mech
off the
soon.
list.
Anyway, we're winding down here, but I wanted to kind of go around quick and sort of pick out our favorite parts. What was the belle of the ball? What was the best part of this state of play that I feel like I went in just not really super excited for this one and came away in a good mood about it, like a good healthy level of hype there. But I don't know about any of you. Jada, what do you feel about it? What was your vibe on this whole thing, and also what was your favorite part?
Like I said, it for me it started off really strong with Helldivers and Foamstars, Stellar Blade, Rise of the Ronin, and Dragon's Dogma 2. It was a fine showcase. It was good. It gave us a lot of good looks at some things that we're expecting this year, things we're not expecting this year. And then it may be cheating, but my favorite thing is the fact that we're getting a Final Fantasy state of play next week at the very end. Like, I'm just a huge Final Fantasy person. I can't wait for Rebirth. Like, that's my big one. That's like my big game of 2024. I cannot wait to play that. So that's kind of was my favorite thing, is that news that I'm getting more of that. But from the game shown, I'd have to give it up to Helldivers too.
No kidding. Okay, well, I have great news for you, because the things you're excited for are coming out in like 15 minutes.
I know, right?
You get one next week and then one also next week. So that's kind of ridiculous. But Akeem, what was the? I think I could probably guess. What was your favorite part?
I have to say it's Silent Hill 2. I'm sorry. The reason I'm laughing because I was reading our notes and it says "dude protagonist." I just thought that was funny for Silent Hill 2. But no, yes, I'm excited for Silent Hill 2 whenever we get it. Obviously, we didn't get like a release date for it. But the fact that they're working on it, and they showed some. They're working on it. They're far along enough where they could show us some gameplay. Was good enough for me. And of course, Sonic. Whenever I see Sonic in a state of play, it's a happy day for me. I'm sorry.
You got this was kind of an Akeem show. You got Silent Hill and Sonic the Hedgehog, the two sides of your personality, apparently.
Yeah, and Kojima, baby.
Yeah.
He's been in this like 2 years from now. He will be celebrating his 40th anniversary in the game industry, which is just amazing. I mean, like I don't know too many people that just single-handedly gave us banger after banger when it comes to video games. So shout out to him. I guess 2 years from now.
And his vest. He got a huge vest, which is
It's cold in them studios.
You know why it was cold in those studios? Because they left the door open so the drone could fly out. That's why it was cold.
Yeah,
exactly. Brian, what was the highlight for you?
I was gonna say Silent Hill 2 because I'm a big survival horror fan, but I'll give that one to Akeem. Rise of the Ronin, like in terms of just like a big kind of meaty action platformer that has like the Sekiro rooftop traversal meets the hang glider from Tears of the Kingdom. I'm into all that. Combat looks great. World looks huge. The RPG elements are really nice. Knowing it's Team Ninja and that they've made a bunch of games that just feel awesome, gets me really excited. And I don't know when I'll be playing this game, but I'm into it and I will wait for it. And also, it's a good holdover because we still don't know a bunch of games coming from a bunch of first-party Sony studios. And they jingled the keys at the end there for you Final Fantasy people, but I want a Ghost of Tsushima game. And I haven't gotten that yet in a while, since 2020, and I'm selfish and spoiled, and I want more. So until then, I'll take Rise of the Ronin.
You can do plenty of samurai stuff. That's on March 22nd. And if you get sick of that, you can go listen to a bunch of weird dudes shout stuff like "Master Harpies" and "Human bones that move on their own," and "All roads lead to Grand Seren." And I hope those pawns keep shouting stupid stuff in Dragon's Dogma 2. The highlight for me was definitely the Kojima stuff. Just the big ball of Kojima stuff. Really all of it. The Death Stranding 2 looks completely just like what? Like what is it? It looks like it's all over the place. It looks completely bonkers. The fact that he's working on some crazy new movie. I looked it up. Physant isn't like a play on like physically isn't. It's short for like I think physical intelligence or like psych. I don't know. It's some. I said I wouldn't do this. I said I wouldn't do this. I did this with Death Stranding. I'm googling weird words. I'm like scrubbing through the trailer. I'm gonna find things. I'm relieved that Fizzent doesn't have, or it physically doesn't have any more to go on, because I'd be picking it apart and trying to find weird. Maybe there's a QR code hidden in there somewhere. But it's fun to speculate. I like the
get back in that subreddit and talk to those guys and their theories.
You know
Have a
what
good
they
time with
say?
it, Max.
Never be game over. That's what they say, because it was written on the back of Liquid Snake's T-shirt or whatever.
Also, we got to give an honorable mention to Until Dawn as well.
Oh yeah, totally.
Just wanted to toss that out there. I know, like a few weeks ago, it was announced that they found some directors for the movie, so it was nice to see that they're working on I guess it's a remake, right? It's
a rebuild from the ground up. It's rebuilt, whatever. It looks pretty, and it's coming to PS5 and PC, so that's awesome. Anyway, we are about done here. There's plenty more to talk about. We'll definitely be doing that in the coming weeks, and as we get closer to these games coming out, and some of them, getting to see more of them. You can catch us every week if you're not a regular listener or viewer. We have new episodes on Wednesday on IGN and on various podcast platforms. Before we go, I want to give a quick shout out for anybody who would like to actually get a new game right now. You can get a game called Hellcard, which is a roguelike deck builder. You can get it by signing up for IGN Plus, which is a low monthly fee to get ad-free IGN reading, a bunch of cool map stuff, tons of bonuses. You get entered a contest. There's a bunch of cool stuff. So go check that out. And if you want to buy some games and support a good cause, check out Humble Bundle. They got tons of cool bundles going on all the time. Just humblebundle.com. And on that note, Beyond.
Beyond.